Yes, Pratyush, I've just now done it. I'll make you the host now.
Yeah, okay.
All yours.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, guys. So Basant and Divya Prakash has joined us on YouTube, and Dipesh, Komal, Bisweshwar, Neha, Krishna, Siddharth, Surbhi, Tanisha, Suchan has joined us here. I hope you guys can keep your mic on mute as well as your video off. Okay, so yesterday we have already discussed this topic for 1 hour. I hope you guys remember that. How many of you have attended yesterday's session? Please write down attended in the chat box. Those who have attended yesterday's session, please write down attended in the chat. Or just write on me and M-E, me. Those who have attended the session yesterday, please write down ME. Okay, so we'll be solving the problem today with permutation and combination. So I'll just explain a basic concept of permutation combination very quickly, which we have done yesterday. If a person can go from A to B and in 2 ways, and B to C in 3 ways, in how many ways a person can go from A to C via B? In how many ways a person can go from A to C via B? Very good. It is 2 cross 3, that is 6 ways. In how many ways a person, if A to D, there are, let's suppose, 4 ways, and D to C, there are, let's suppose, 5 ways. In how many ways a person can go from A to C via D? A to C via D. Quickly answer the question, guys. A to C via D. So that is 4 cross 5 ways, that is 20 ways. In how many ways a person can go from A to C via B or D? A to C via B or D. 20 plus 6, that is 26 ways, correct? So this is nothing but addition principle as well as multiplication principle. What is the multiplication principle here? What is the multiplication principle here? For AND, we use multiplication. For OR, we use addition. Okay. So that is addition principle as well as multiplication principle. Coming to the next one, that is permutation and combination. Combination is just about selection. Permutation is, yeah, I'm just repeating for a few people, those who have not yet attended the session yesterday. So it will be just done in another 10 minutes. I'll be quickly just giving a revision of yesterday's session. Okay, Vishal. There are many people who have not attended yesterday's session. So just a quick revision of yesterday's session, okay? Vishal, I hope you are getting it. So what is permutation? Permutation is selection and arrangement. The selection and arrangement is called as permutation, whereas only selection is called as combination. So in how many ways you can arrange the word mango? In how many ways you arrange the word mango? Very good, Sujan. It is 5 factorial, that is 120 ways. In how many ways you arrange the word apple? 5 factorial divided by 2 factorial, which is 60 ways. Why we divide by 2 factorial? Because the p's are repeated, correct? Yesterday we have taken an example, that is assassination. In how many ways we can arrange the word assassination? In how many ways we can arrange the word assassination? (13 factorial divided by, see, A is repeated how many times? 3 times. S is repeated 4 times. I is repeated twice. N is repeated twice. So answer becomes 3 factorial into 4 factorial into 2 factorial into 2 factorial. So this is how we arrange the word assassination. 13 factorial divided by 3 factorial into 4 factorial into 2 factorial into 2 factorial. Okay. People, those who are attending on YouTube, please write down the answer in the chat. What is NCR? What is NCR? NCR? N factorial divided by n minus r factorial into r factorial. What is NPR? N factorial divided by n minus r factorial. Okay. Yesterday we have done NC0, NCN, NC1, NCn minus 1, NCR equal to NCn minus r. So what is the value of NC0? NC0 is 1, NCN is 1. What is NC1? What is NC1? What is NC1? NC1 is n. What is NCn minus 1? What is NCn minus 1? Is also n, correct? What is NP1? What is NP0? NP0 is 1. What is NPN? It is n factorial. What is NP1? NP1 is n. Okay. Coming to the next one, that is number of lines. What was the formula for number of lines? NC2. Number of diagonals. NC2 minus n. Number of triangles. NC3. Number of parallelogram or rectangle. VC2 into HC2, where V is for vertical, H is for horizontal. Okay. In all the cases, n is nothing but the number of points. N is number of points. So number of lines formula is NC2, number of diagonals NC2 minus n. Number of triangle NC3, number of parallelogram of rectangle. This is like or rectangle is VC2 into HC2. Anyone has got any doubt? Try to solve this problem, everyone. Try to solve this problem. So there are how many questions in part A and part B? 5 questions in each part, correct? A candidate is required to attempt 6 questions in all, at least 2 from each part. So what is the meaning of at least 2? Minimum 2, correct? So if it is minimum 2 in the first part, then we have to select 4 from the second part. If 3 from here, then 3 from here. If 4 from here, then 2 from here, correct? So this is out of 5C2, 5C4, 5C3, 5C3, 5C4, 5C2. Okay. So what is the answer here? What is 5C2? 10. 5C4 is 5. Always remember NC2 is n into n minus 1 by 2. So 10 into 5 is 50. Here, what is the value we are getting? 5C3 is 10, 5C3 is 10. So answer is 100. And in this case, we're getting it as 5 into 10, that is 50 again. Total how many? Total how many options we have? In how many ways we can do this? This plus this, correct? That is 200. So answer for this particular question is 200. Okay, guys. Anyone has got any doubt? So very good, Neha, Ambika, and Dipesh, and many of you have given the correct answer. Very good. What is the answer to question number 7 and 8? Ankit, your answer is correct. What is the answer to question number 7 and 8? Sujan, Govind, Ritik has given the correct answer of the first one, question number 7. See, question number 7. The number of diagonals that can be drawn using 10 decagon with 10 sides, correct? So what is the number of diagonals formula? NC2 minus n, correct? So what is NC2 here? 10C2 minus 10, which is 45 minus 10, which is 35. Question number 8. How many triangles we can form? NC3. So answer is 10C3. What is 10C3? 10 into 9 into 8 by 3, 2, 1. So 3 cancels this 3 times, 2 cancels this 4 times. Answer is 120. So many of you have given the correct answer. The answer is 120 and 35. 35 and 120. Any doubt, anyone? Try to solve this problem. Question number 1. So we have entered into permutation problems. Hyperbola where PER must be together. If so, whenever you get such kind of problems, always put PER as together thing in a circle, and the remaining part you can just write it down HYBOLA. Now start counting. So this entire circle will be counted as 1. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In how many ways you can arrange them? 7 factorial ways. Inside this circle, in how many ways you can arrange them? 3 factorial ways. So answer is 7 factorial into 3 factorial. So what is the answer for this problem? 7 factorial into 3 factorial. Any doubt, anyone? Try to solve the next one. Question number 2. So 3 couples. So it will be like 2, 2, 2 into 3 factorial. So it is like 2 factorial into 2 factorial into 2 factorial. Into this 3 circles we'll arrange in 3 factorial ways. So it is like 8 into 6. Answer is 48. So most of you have given the correct answer. So answer of this problem is 48. If you have any doubt, please ask, guys. Try to solve this one. Next, question number 3. Try to solve question number 3, please. So it is like cannot be together. So first of all, we'll put it together, HYPER together, and we have BOLA. So it is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 factorial into the circle, 5 factorial. Total how many are there? 9 factorial minus 5 factorial into 5 factorial. So very good, guys. Your answers are correct. It is 9 factorial minus 5 factorial into 5 factorial. Okay. Try to solve the next one, question number 4. What is the answer, guys? So two books, we'll keep it here. So in how many ways we'll arrange the remaining? 5 factorial into 2 factorial. Total, how many books are there? 6 factorial. So answer is 6 factorial minus 5 factorial into 2 factorial. Okay. Try to solve this question number 5. No, none of these answers are correct. See here, it is like six new greeting cards, and you want to send them to 4 people. So each greeting cards, for first greeting card, how many options we have? 4. Second greeting cards, how many options we have? 4. Next greeting card, how many options we have? 4. Next greeting card, how many options we have? 4. So it is 4 to the power 6. For each greeting cards, each card, we have 4 options. For each greeting cards, we have 4 options. So it is 4 to the power 6. There is no condition given, correct? There is no particular condition given that each person should get a greeting card. Nothing like that is given. So each greeting card has got 4 options. Any 4 of them can get this greeting card, correct? Say here, each person will get, each greeting card has got 4 options. Any 4 friend can get this greeting card. So for this greeting card, how many options we have? 4. For second greeting cards, again we have 4 options. Third greeting card, again we have 4 options. So each greeting card has got 4 options. So it is 4 into 4 into 4. We multiply it 6 times. So it is like 4 to the power 6. Okay, guys. Anyone has got any doubt? Please write down no if you don't have any doubt, and ask your doubt if you have any doubt. This is selection. Try to solve this question number 7. So what is the answer? Say it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No two lines are together. No two lines are together means they're alternate, correct? So lines should sit alternate, correct? So here it is lines. So if these are the lions, then where are the tigers? Tigers are this one. So in how many ways you can arrange 5 lions in the 5 places? In how many ways we can arrange 5 lions in 5 places? 5 factorial ways. In how many ways we can arrange 4 tigers in 4 places? 4 factorial ways. So answer is 5 factorial into 4 factorial. This is alternate problem. It is 5 factorial into 4 factorial. I hope you're getting it, guys. Anyone has got any doubt? No, this is not true because 5 lions are sitting alternate. No 2 lions are sitting together. No 2 lions are sitting together. So if no 2 lions are sitting together means what? There should be a tiger in between them, correct? Govind? What is the answer of this one? Question number 9. So all 4 girls are together. So it is 5 plus 1, 6 factorial into 4 factorial, correct? What is the answer of question number 8? What is the answer of question number 8? So this is 3 factorial into 4 factorial into 5 factorial. Now, why we are not multiplying with another 3 factorial? Because it is already given that it is in the order of the books, like fairy tale is first, then novel, and then the plays. So we are not multiplying with 3. So only this much is the answer. Okay. Because the order of these 3 sets are already given. This should be first, this should be second, this should be third. That's the reason we are not multiplying with another 3 factorial. Okay, guys. Ritik, Dipesh, Vishal, Sujan, any doubt? Ankit Sharma, I hope you have understood. See, it is already given here. If you check this line, the order of 3 books are already given. Means first book should be fairy tale, second set will be here, novel, third should be play. So we can't change their order. It should be in this order. Should be in this order. That's the reason we are not multiplying with another 3 factorial. Okay. So we'll go to the next topic. Anyone has got any doubt in permutation combination? Anyone has got any doubt in permutation combination? So that we can go to the next topic, that is probability. If you have any doubt in permutation combination, please ask. Okay, that will be provided later on. So we'll go to the next topic, that is probability. So in probability, you know, like, what is the probability, guys? What is the probability? Chances to occur, correct? So probability is nothing but favorable event by sample space, correct? The occurrence of an event is called as probability. The chance of occurrence of an event is called as probability. So what is FE? Favorable event. And what is SS? Sample space. Okay. If we have if we toss one coin, what is the sample space? If we toss one coin, what is the sample space? In a toss of a coin, what is the sample space? We'll get 2, that is head and tail, correct? In a toss of a coin, we get 2 sample space, that is head and tail. In the toss of 2 coins, what is sample space? In a toss of 2 coins, what is sample space? That is 4. In the toss of 3 coin, what is the sample space? 3 coins, what is sample space? 3 coins, what is sample space? That is 8. So if I toss n coins, what is sample space? To the power n. Okay. In a toss of n coins, we get the sample spaces to the power n. What about dice? If you toss a dice, what is sample space? In a toss of a dice, what is sample space? It is 6. In the toss of 2 dice, what is sample space? 36. What is in the toss of 3 dice, what is sample space? 216, correct? In a toss of n dice, what is the sample space? Six to the power n. So in general, the number sample space is phase the power n, correct? In general, what is sample space? Phase the power n. Number of phase the power n. So here we have like doublet. What is the meaning of doublet? This is doublet, correct? 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. It is called as doublet. E2 is the event of getting the sum as 9. The sum as 9. Okay. So 8 plus 1 is 9, 7 plus 2 is 9, 6 plus 3 is 9, and so on. Getting an odd number on the first die and even on the second die. And E4 is the event of getting only prime number n each of the two dice. What is the maximum? What is the maximum probability of anything? What is the maximum probability of anything? What is the maximum probability of any number? Anything? So P maximum is 1. What is P minimum? P minimum is 0, correct? So maximum probability of anything is 1 and the minimum probability of anything is 0. What is the answer for this problem? Question number 1. Two or four in a roll of a dice. So it is 2 out of 6. Answer is 1 by 3, correct? Tell the answer of this question very quickly, guys. Question number 2, what is the answer? Question number 2, what is the answer? Again, the same answer, 5 and 6. So that is 2 out of 6. Answer is 1 by 3. No, which? Ram Krishna, it is not 2 by 3, it is 1 by 3. It is 2 by 6, 1 by 3. Okay. What is the answer for this one? So total on the face of a die is 6. So total on the face is 6. So it is 1, 5, 5, 1, 2, 4, 4, 2, 3, 3. So these are the options. Find the probability that there are 2 odd number on the face. So it is 1, 2, 3. So it is 3 out of 3. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because already it is given if the total on the face of 2 die is 6. So already we know that the total on the face of the 2 die is 6. Out of this, what is the probability of getting? What is the probability of getting that it should be of 2 odd numbers? So it is 3 out of 5. Conditional probability. Try to solve this one. Question number 1. So it is a kind of a quick revision sessions where we are focusing to solve more number of problems. What is the answer? See, what is the probability that it will be in the right jar? There are only 2 jars, correct? There are only 2 jars, and the ball has to be in any one of this jar, correct? So probability is 1 by 2. So it doesn't matter there are 19 balls or there are 20 balls or there are 100 balls. There are only 2 jars, left jar and the right jar. What is the probability that it will be in the right jar? 1 by 2. Any doubt, anyone? So 1 by 2 is the correct answer for this question. Ram, Komal, Dipesh. Any doubt? See, you have only two jar. One is left jar and another one is right jar. So left jar and the right jar, in any one of these two jar only, what is the sample space here? There are only two jars, so sample space becomes 2. If it is in the right jar, so answer becomes 1/2. Okay, Ranveer. Any doubt, Ranveer? Try to solve question number 2, everyone. See, multiple of 5. Multiple of 5. How many are there? 20/5, that is 4. Multiple of 7. How many are there? 20/7, that is 2. So total, how many there are there? 6 out of 20. So what is 6 out of 20? 3/10. So answer for this problem is 3/10. Okay. Anyone has got any doubt? Try to solve the next one. Question number 3. Question number 3. A bag contains 3 and 7. 2 balls are drawn at random. They are of different colors. So if there are different colored, means 3C1, 7C1 divided by 10C2. Two balls are drawn, so sample space becomes 10C2. Both are of different colors, so one ball should be of green color, another ball should be of white color. So we should have a green color ball as well as a white color ball. So it is 7C1 into 3C1 into 7C1 by 10C2. So what is that? 3 into 7 divided by 10 into 9 by 2. How much we are getting? 3. 3 times 2, 5 times. So answer is 7 by 15. Seven by 15, Govind and Vishal. What is the answer for this one? No, that's not correct. Okay, sorry, what is okay, sorry guys, my mistake. I missed this part. Without replacement it is. So if it is without replacement, so it is 3 by 10 into 7 by 9. We are not replacing the ball back. So it is 3 by 10 into 7 by 9. So answer is 7 by 30. Yeah, Govind, you are correct. I missed this part. Sorry, my mistake. It is without replacement. So if it is, since it is without replacement, it is 3 by 10 into 7 by 9. One ball is reduced in the sample, correct? In the sample space, one ball is reduced. So this is the probability of getting green. This is the probability of getting white. Try to solve question number 4, everyone. Try to solve question number 4. I'm waiting for your response, guys. Yes, Vishal, your answer is correct. So what is sample space? Total number of ball 15. We have to pick any 3. All of them are green. All of them are green. So it is 5C3. 5C3 is 10. 15C3 is 15 into 14 into 13 by 3, 2, 1. Okay. So if I cancel 3, this is 3 5 times, 2 7 times, 5 2 times. So it is 2 by 91 is the correct answer. So Govind, it is not 25, it is 2 by 91. Vishal, your answer is correct. No, this is not with replacement, okay? This is not like without replacement. Also, it is not like 5C1. You are selecting 3 at a time, correct? Out of 5, you are selecting 3 at a time. So it is 5C3 by 15C3. Okay, Govind? Anyone has got any doubt? Guys, do you have any doubt? Three coins are tossed. So what is the probability of getting 2 tail and 1 head? What is the probability of getting 2 tails, 1 head? So answer is 2 tails and 1 head. 1, 2, and 3. So these are the 3 conditions out of 8. So answer is 3 by 8. Anyone has got any doubt? Guys, do you have any doubt? So these are those 3 conditions. So we have like 2 tails, 1 head. What is the probability of getting 1 head? Only one head. Only one head. Tell me quickly, guys. What is the probability of getting exactly one head? It is the same answer, correct? Exactly two head. Exactly two head. This is also 3/8. No head. What is the answer of getting? What is the probability of getting no heads? No head. Answer is 1/8. At least one head. At least one head. At least one head. Seven by 8. At most one head. At most one head. At most one head. Maximum of one head is like 4/8, correct? So answer is 1/2. Now we have come to the cards. In a deck of cards, how many cards we have? Okay, Komal wants to know why this is happening. At most one head. So in which all cases we are getting at most one? What is the meaning of at most one? That is maximum one. So if there is one head and zero head, both conditions we have to take. So one head condition is this one, 1, 2, 3. And this is the fourth one, which is zero head. So at most one means maximum one. So minimum it can be 0 also. So one head, there are 3 such options. Zero head, there is one such option. Total how many are there? 4 out of 8. Answer is 1/2. So in a deck of cards, we have 52 cards. These 52 cards are divided into two parts, that is black and red. How many black cards are there? 26. How many red cards are there? 26. These black cards are further divided into spade and club, heart and diamond. Okay. How many spades are there? 13. Club is 13. Heart is 13. And diamond is also 13. Correct? So these are 13 each. Each of these 13 cards are king, queen, jack, ace, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. So each of these 13 cards are king, queen, jack, ace, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay. Whereas these 3 cards are called as face cards. Face cards. These cards are called as number cards. And this card is called as neither face card nor a number card. Okay, guys. Anyone has got any doubt? A is just ace. It is neither face card nor a number card. So what is the answer for this problem? What is the answer for this problem? Either both of them are black or both are queen. Both are black. So how many black cards are there? Anuj, your mic is on. So how many black cards are there, guys? 26. So we have to pick any two plus. So this is or queen. How many queens are there? 4c2. All divided by 52c2. So answer is 26c2 plus 4c2 divided by 52c2. So 26c2 is 26 into 25. So this is 24C2 plus 4C2 divided by 52C2. Why we are taking 24C2? Because this is either both are black or both are queen. Now if I take, there are two queens in black. There are two queens in black. Those two queens we have already taken it here. Now only black cards are remaining without queen. So answer is 24C2 plus 4C2 divided by 52C2. I hope I have cleared your doubt, Deepesh and Govind. Deepesh, Govind, any doubt? Try to solve this one, question number 1. So this is a different type. I didn't get your question, Vishal. You can unmute and you can tell your question.
So, so 24C2 plus 4C2 or 26C2 plus 2C2 करना. How we should do?
This one is best.
Why, sir?
So it
24.
is given or. So either both of them are black or both of them are queen, correct? So if both of them are black, so from here we'll get the probability. Actually, it is like 24C2 by 52C2.
Yes.
If both of them as black or both of them are queen.
So why we cannot take 26C2 by 52C2 plus 2C2 plus divide by 52C2? That is also satisfy all there is a plus. First 26C2 and then 2C2 the remaining. And in both the cases the answer is different.
So we always take the smaller quantity first. We always take the smaller quantity first. So we put the criteria, we put the restriction on the smaller quantity first, and then we'll put the restriction on the bigger one. Okay.
Okay.
We put restriction on the smaller quantity first, and then we put the restriction on the bigger one.
Thank you, sir.
Can we use the formula, sir? Formula A union B. PA plus CB
Already
minus
in this.
C and B.
Yeah, understood. You're asking A union B, that is A plus B minus A intersection B.
Yes, sir. In terms of probability.
Yeah, that is there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, try to solve this one, question number 1. Here you have to use the formula itself. So how many numbers are multiple of 3? 20 by 3, that is 6. How many numbers are multiple of 5? 20 by 5, that is 4. How many numbers are multiple of 15? That is 3 into 5. That is 20 by 15, that is 1. So what is the answer for this question? 6 plus 4 minus 1, that is 9 by 20. So your answer is correct. It is option D, 9 by 20. Any doubt, anyone? Try to solve this question number 2. What is the answer? Total, how many balls are there? So this is 7C2. None of the balls drawn is blue. So we don't want blue. So it is like 5C2. 5C2 is 10. This is 21. So Govind, your answer is correct. Answer is option A, 10 by 21. Anyone has got any doubt? Guys, do you have any doubt? See, total how many balls are there? 3 to 5. Yeah, I'm explaining once again. Total how many balls are there? 3 to 5 plus 2, 7. So sample space becomes 7C2. Now they want, what is the probability that none of the ball drawn is blue? Drawn means none of the ball you have picked is blue. So I don't want blue. If I don't want blue, then how many balls are remaining? 5. 3 plus 2, that is 5. And out of this 5, I am picking any 2. Okay. Understood, guys? So answer is 5C2 by 7C2. Dipesh, Vishal, Santosh, Govind, any doubt? One minus P of B. So what is the probability of picking 2 balls out of 2? 2C2. And here it is 7C2, correct? So 1 minus 7C2 is 21. 2C2 is 1. Leave. Try to solve question number 3. So if it is neither red nor green, so it should be blue, correct? Total, how many balls are there? 8 plus 7, 15 plus 6. Sorry, guys. Very sorry. So it is like 7C1 by 21C1, which is 7 by 21. Answer is 1 by 3. Santosh, it is not E. Answer is 1 by 3. Anyone has got any doubt? Try to solve this one. Question number 4. So what is the probability of getting the sum as 9? See, the sum as 9, we'll get it from 3, 6, 6, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, correct? So that is 4 out of 36, 1 by 9 is the answer. So option C is correct, 1 by 9 is the answer. The shortcut method to solve such kind of problem is this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. This will come only one time. This will come 2 times. This will come 3 times. This will come 4 times. This will come 5 times. And 6 will come, sorry, 7 will come only one time. I hope you're getting it, guys. Sum, the outer one is sum. So sum of 2, you will get only 1. Sum of 3, you will get 2 times. Sum as 4, you will get 3 times. Sum as 5, you will get 4 times. Sum as 6, you will get 5 times. Sum as 7, you will get 6 times. Sum as 8, you will get 5 times. Sum as 9, you will get 4 times. So sum as 9, we have seen here, we are getting only 4 such options, correct? Any doubt, anyone? What is the answer to question number 5? At most 2 head. So maximum 2 head. So what is the answer? 7/8, correct. So your answers are correct, guys. Solve question number 7, please.
नानकी नानकी अब बुढ़ाऊ का आधा लीटर दूध
Don't switch on your mic if you have to speak anything in your private life. So in a class, there are 15 boys and 10 girls. 3 students are selected random. That 1 and 2, 1 girl. So it is 10C1 into 2 boys, 15C2 out of 25C3. This is 10, 15 into 14 by 25 into 24 into 23 by 6 into 2, correct? This 5C2 is this much. Okay, so now we'll just try to solve this equation. So 5 cancels this and this 2 times, this 3 times, 6 cancels this, 6 4s are. Okay. Now what else cancels? This 2 cancels, this 2 cancels, this 2. So answer is 7 3s are 21/46. So your answers are correct. Answer is option A, 21/46. Tell me the answer of this question very quickly, guys. So total how many are there? 35, out of which the prizes are only 10. So answer is 2/7. Correct. So answer is option C, 2 out of 7. Try to answer this question number 16. This is another type of problem. So first of all, you should find A or B. So what is A or B? A union B, which is A plus B minus A intersection B. So what is the answer? So A union B is 0.25 plus 0.4 minus 0.15. This is 0.5. So neither A nor B, neither A nor B is what? 1 minus 0.5. So answer is 0.5, that is 1 by 2. So that's the answer. Anyone has got any doubt? What is the answer of this one? Question number 22. What is the answer for this problem, guys? See, A plus B is odd. So there are only two possibilities. Either it will be even or it will be odd. So answer is 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 is 0.5. Because there are only two possibilities, either even or odd. So out of this two, we want one of them. So odd divided by 2, that is 1 divided by 2. Okay. So anyone has got any doubt? We'll bind up the session here. If you have any doubt, please ask. You will be meeting in another 15 minutes with the physics class.
The black, sir, can you explain black and both black or queen question, that is probability that either both are black or queen? Hello, sir.
Yeah, we can. But I'll be doing in the next class, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
You ask me tomorrow. Means in the next class, whenever I take the class. So guys, you can leave for the break. Please be back by 6:45. Please be back by 6:45, guys. Thank you, guys. It will be physics class at 6:45. Okay, Govind. first one.
Yeah, I know I'm supposed to unmute myself. I was waiting for the time. Waiting everyone for coming. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm audible now.
Yes, sir.
Fine. See, now presently we'll deal with start with mechanics. What I'll do is I'll just brush up your concepts and then we'll get into question solving. That's best thing to read physics. Physics, you have to deal with the questions. Moreover, less will be the theory part. So what we'll do, we'll do with theory and then we'll go on to the questions. The same thing which I am doing will be shared with you later on after the class. And further, what questions have to be solved if this is the, because this part which we are doing is important for your further chapters. Questions from this part are not that much. That much question doesn't come from this part. Okay, we'll start now.
Sir, sound is not clear.
Sound is not clear. Now it's clear.
Your sound is not clear, sir.
Now it is clear or not clear?
So, can you speak little louder?
I'm speaking louder.
The pitch is too low.
I'm speaking louder. You want it to be still loud? Okay, we'll start the class. Okay, the first topic which you are supposed to deal is dimension. Basically, we're talking about dimension. So let's first start with what I have written here is powers to which the fundamental Q stands for. We are talking about physical quantity. Now, when I'm talking about physical quantities, So what are the basic fundamental physical quantities which we start with? We have mass, we have length, we have time, we have current, we have amount of substance, Okay. Can anyone help with this thing? You have total 7, right? I have written mass, length, time, current, amount of substance still, which are there? Temperature and luminous intensity. So we have basically this many of okay, voice is not clear, your voice is low. I mean, my voice is that much low. Are you, I am my voice audible now? So you can, everyone can mute themselves. Ranveer mic is on. Okay. Now, so when I'm talking about luminous intensity, so mass is the basically thing we represent mass with meter. But when I'm talking about dimensional analysis, we write mass as m, length as L, time as T, current as amperes, substance, amount of substance is MOL, temperature is written in Kelvin. Kelvin is the temperature here. Luminous intensity is candela, which is written as CAD. Okay. Majority what we'll be using will be this 4 itself. When I'm talking about physics, this all is used mostly in chemistry, so we are not dealing for that, so we don't have to worry at present about that. Now, when I'm talking about this, so see mass, length, time. Now, when I'm talking about the conversion, so the first application of this is what? Conversion of one unit to another unit. Okay, I'm talking about this, a conversion of one unit to another unit. So, for example, let's first try to write what is there in this. So if I'm talking about force, I'm writing dimension of force. So what is the dimension of force? If I know the formula for force, I can write it as m into a is equal to mass into acceleration. What is dimension of mass? So mass is represented with m. Acceleration is written as lt minus 2. How I got acceleration is equal to mt minus 2? I know acceleration is equal to change in velocity. Change in velocity upon time. So when I'm talking about change in velocity upon time, so velocity is also written as what? Velocity is written as displacement upon time. So I have already one time in the denominator, another time comes in the denominator. So if I write this, it will be written as LT minus 1 into T minus 1 again. So the acceleration, I get it as LT minus 2. Got it? Now, based on that, if I write the dimension of force, I can write dimension of force as MLT minus 2. This will be the dimensional formula for force. Similarly, if I want to write it for, say, work done. So work done formula, normally what we have written is force times displacement. Now I wrote what? I wrote force dimension. I found it as MLT minus 2. So MLT minus 2 and then another displacement is L. So we get it as ml square t minus 2. So this is dimension for work. So this is how we are trying to find out the dimensional for particular things. I am trying to just find out what is the dimension for all these things. For example, all this is done. So next, if I'm moving to second thing, what I have to still, if I'm trying to find out other dimensions, say for example, I'm trying to find out dimension of power. What is the formula for power? Power is force upon area. Now just now we found out force is what? Force is MLT minus 2 upon area.
Pressure is equal to force upon area.
Yeah. So pressure is force. Power is equal to what then? What is the power formula?
Work by time taken.
Sorry.
Power is equal to work done by time taken.
Very good. Now next, so if I'm talking about pressure, pressure is force upon area.
Yes, sir.
Now if I'm talking about your what's your name?
Vishal Chaurasia.
Very good. So if I'm writing power, power is what? Rate of doing work. So rate is equal to what? Work upon time. Now what is dimension of work? We just now find out. Okay. You have to be a bit attentive in the class so that you can find it, because this all is the basics formula you have already finished too. So Vishal had pointed out, I was just writing it. If if you feel like I'm supposed to copy something, you can tell me, I'll see. To check your attentivity, maybe here and there some formula mistakes I'll do. I'll not do like majority theory mistakes or this. Like say you said power is equal to work upon time. Now I had written as I'm saying pressure, I wrote it as power force upon area. Okay. So good. What is the dimension of work? We just now found it as what? ml square t minus 2. And then I have time here. This is correct. So if I'm trying to find dimension of this, what will be there is ml square t minus 3. This is dimensional formula for power. Similarly for pressure, again, if I can do, I will be writing pressure as mlt minus 2 upon time. So it will come a convert mlt minus 3. So several things are there, but what is the use of all this? Use of this is the first
Pressure
use
is
for.
also pressure is force upon area.
Very good. Who is this now?
Vishal Chaurasia, sir.
The others are not listening. Others are listening. They're like leaves, sir. Now it's correct for everyone. So now see why I wrote force, why I wrote work, or why I wrote power, or why I wrote pressure. Three things you should know. First is force, second is energy, third one is power. Okay. This three are supposed to know. After that, further things will decide later on which is important, which is not important. Most of the things, around 60% of dimensional formula can be derived using formula of force, energy, and power. Okay. Now see, so the first application, if I'm going to the first application, conversion of one unit to another unit. So for example, I'm telling that, for example, if I have to find out, like say we have to study, there are different types of system unit. I have SI unit, which is being followed throughout the world. And then we have CGS unit. CGS unit stands for what? Centimeter, gram, and seconds. And then we have what? MKS system. And then we have FPS system. MKS system stands for what? Meter, kilogram, second. FPS stands for foot, pound, and second. Okay, so what is important for us is this two. Now see, if I want to convert force, I'm trying to convert what? Force SI unit in forms of force SI unit in terms of CGS unit. I know you all will be knowing this. Just knowing for the conversion purpose how we use, the first thing we are trying to talk about is this. So I have N1 U1. I have to convert to say I have to convert it into, I have to find it for CGS. So I know that what is SI unit of force is Newton. For this, I'm supposed to know the dimension of force. I know dimension of force is what? MLT minus 2. So what I wrote is I need to find out 1 Newton is equal to how much I'm trying to find out, if I'm trying to face like one particular this thing is equal to how much Newton. Okay. 1 Newton is equal to how much dyne we are trying to find that. So if I'm trying to find that, it will be how much dyne. Dyne is the unit for CGS unit of force. So both the case dimensions are not going to change because still it is, so I'll write it as ML and L1 T1, and I'll write this as M2 2 and okay, 1 Newton is equal to 10 dyne. Let's see. ML, then I have ML square, ML2 and T minus 2. I just wrote it like this. Now I know what is N1 value here is 1. And in SI unit, mass is represented by what? Mass is represented as kg. Length is represented as meter. And time will stay as second. So I'll leave it like this. And in this, I don't know N2 value. I'll keep N2 like this. And then U1 is what? I'll write it as gram and centimeters because I'm converting it into CGS unit. So gram, centimeter, and second minus 2. Now, because I have to convert SI unit to CGS, what I'll do is I'll write kg into, so kg will become 1000 grams plus this will be 100 centimeter. There will be no change in second. And I'll write this as N2 grams centimeter and second minus 2. So I can see that what here gram cancels gram, centimeter cancels centimeters, S minus 2 cancels S minus 2. So if I see, I get N2 is equal to 10 raised to 5. So my value, I can write what? That 1 Newton is equal to 10 raised to 5 dyne. Similarly, using this, we write that 1 joule is equal to 10 raised to 7, or so this is the same fundamental. 1 Newton is equal to 5 10 raised to 5 dyne, correct? Fine. So this is how we've tried to find out. This is the first thing. See, parallelly, if you are writing it very good, if you are not writing, later you are going to share what is the notes will be there for you. But in physics, more of a thing, you try to solve questions. When I'm talking about chemistry, pure theory things are there that will be shared by like I'll be sharing that with you immediately. So first conversion is this. Now second is what? We'll go to second one, principle of homogeneity. Principle of homogeneity says what is I can't subtract some different physical quantities. I need to have, I can add or subtract only two kind of similar quantities. For example, if I have on this side, I have mango. So what I have to do is here, whatever I do, I can only add mango, subtract mango. This is what is possible. I can't mix anything else. For example, on this side, if I have force, so I can this side also I'll have force on it. That is principle of homogeneity. So what is the use of this is if there is some unknown thing, there is some value which is not known to us. There is some, for example, see if I have some question in terms of if I'll take is say for example, to take it in this way. that I have some velocity here. This is velocity, and I write it as a plus b minus t upon say x, where t is time, x is distance, and v is velocity. So if I have to find out what principle of homogeneity says is dimension of this will be equivalent to velocity, dimension of this total term will be equal to velocity. Why? Because I can only add velocity to velocity. And why I'm saying this is velocity? Because this is equal to, if I'm saying LHS is equal to RHS, I can only say that in terms of units, not in the terms of values. So for this, if I'm trying to solve, I get A is equal to, say, if I'm talking about this, A will become what? Yes, provide. The PDF will be provided also. So A will be equal to what? It will become LT minus. A will be equal to L minus 2. So LT minus 1. Now, if I have to find out B thing, so what I'll do, I know that this total B minus T by X is equal to LT minus 1. Do I need to do this? No. Why I don't have to do this? Because if I'm adding B to T, that means what? That B will have, sorry, I'm subtracting B to T. So B will have the same dimension what time is having. So I can write directly that B is having this dimension. This is what is the use of having the second thing, that is principle of homogeneity. We'll do one good question based on this. For example, the question is what is, I'll give you 1 minute to solve this, just 1 minute, not much. What we have to do is, the question is, you all are very familiar of this. With I have, this is P plus A by V square, then V minus B is equal to RT. We need to find what? We need to find out what is the dimensional formula for A. So you know all this. This is what? This is van der Waals equation for real gases. I need to find out what will be the dimension of A. Can anyone tell what will be the dimension of A? What can be the dimension of A? Now, if I'm saying, or dimension of B, either thing it is correct. Now, what is this here is, this is pressure, and this is what? This is volume. Now, what I'm saying is, so according to principle of homogeneity, AB square should be equal to the dimension of what? Should be the dimension of pressure. Now, what is the dimension of pressure? We just read. What is the dimension of pressure? Immediately you should get it in your mind that force is equal to MLT minus 2, area is equal to L square. It will go up. So I am getting it here as what? ML minus 1, T minus 2. And what is the area? What will be the volume dimension? Volume dimension will be equal to L cube, because it is centimeter cube, L cube whole square. If I do this, I get what? A is equal to how much? M L 5 and T minus 2. Correct? Any doubts in this? See, these questions are good questions. I'm just giving you the basics of these things. Dimensions, we can't have more than this type of questions. So, okay, this is one familiar type of question which you can find in your questions when they are coming. ML5 T minus 2. Please check. I think you would have done some mistake somewhere. Because
Sir, V is a volume.
B is volume.
Okay, sir. Yeah. I thought it is a.
No, it's not. It's velocity. It's. I think I just said it is volume. It is van der Waals real gas equation. According to van der Waals real gas equation, this is volume. V is volume. Fine. Okay, so this is the second thing is there. When I'm going to third, what is derivation of some empirical formula? This kind of questions very rare in the exam, but we'll just not leave it. What is the now? So what? Say assume that I'll just explain this with a question. Say the question is, there is a force. There is a force which is dependent on what? It is dependent on mass. It is dependent on mass, it is dependent on velocity, and it is dependent on radius. Now I'm talking about which one? We already know the formula for this. I'll take it like we are talking about centripetal force. That when a body is moving into circular motion, so you have to find out that we are saying that the force is dependent on three factors: mass of the body, which body is moving in the circular motion, the radius of the body, and velocity of the body. We need to find out the formula for the force. So what we do is, in this kind of question, we write it as F is equal to which on which it is dependent. So it is dependent on mass. I'll write mass raised to A. Then I have velocity. I'll write velocity raised to B. And then I'll write radius. So radius upon C. Now the next step will be what? We have to write the dimensions for them. So dimension of force is what? MLT minus 2. M is mass, so mass will stay as M raised to A. Velocity is LT minus 1, so LT minus 1 raised to V. And then R is again radius. Radius is nothing but length, so length will be LC. This side again will summarize whichever. Now total M is M raised to A, L is LB raised to C, and T is T raised to minus B. So whatever values of L and L on left hand side is equal to right hand side. So I can say that M raised to 1 will be equal to M raised to A. This gives me A value is equal to 1. Again, similarly for L, if I want to write, I'll write B plus C is equal to 1. Again, for if I'm writing from this side, I can write that minus B is equal to minus 2. That gives me B is equal to 2. If I substitute B2 here, so I'll get it as 2 plus C is equal to 1, which is C is equal to minus 1. So this is what is the total value. Correct. So now if I want to write a formula, I'll write it like this. So I'm getting mass. A is how much? A is 1. B is how much? B is 2. And C is how much? Minus 1. So my total formula will come as mv square upon r. So this is what is the third use of dimensional analysis. Okay, so this is the three things. If anyone have any doubt regarding this, they can ask further. But again, I said it's again the question which you have to solve. Okay, so we'll try to see other things. What all we have. Let's see. Okay, so dimensions done. Next, we'll go to our equation of motions. Now when I'm talking about equation of motions, you all have been reading this equations. V is equal to U plus AT, S is equal to UT plus half AT square, V square is equal to U square plus 2S. Sn is what? Now Sn is a new thing for you, where V is your final velocity, U is initial velocity, A is acceleration, S is the distance covered. This Sn is what? This is the formula for distance covered in nth second. Nth second means 4th second, 5th second, 6th second, any second. Okay, so that is the formula for those things. Now this kind of question, again, this are very basics. When you talk about very basic questions, that what is the formula for this, what is the formula for this one, V is how much distance it will be covering when it starts moving with this much velocity. These all questions are there when we are talking about it's like, for example, if I'm talking with, if some body is released with an initial velocity U is equal to 0, so what will be the V for it? So this kind of questions are rarely asked, though. Now again, I can write A is equal to what? That is acceleration is V minus U upon T. Using this only we get the first formula. So this all is very easy. Derivation part we'll not get into because we have to move on into terms of crash course. We are just focusing on what will be the question types. Okay. So for nth second, we can do one question that we have nth second formula. So say for example, if I have a question that find a ratio of distance covered in 3 to distance covered in 4th second. That is, let's say the question is what, that initial velocity that is U. Initial velocity U is equal to 0, and they're telling to find the ratio of S3 to S4. So using the nth formula, what we'll write first, we'll write S3 because U is 0. So I'll write A upon T because N is I'm 3 here. So I'll write it as 2 times 3 minus 1, which is equal to 6 minus 1, that is 5. So 5A upon 2. I'm talking about S4.
It's too fast, sir.
Sorry,
Very fast boy, sir. Ali. Bistari padavanu, sir. Ali.
very fast. I should go slow.
Speed dhari bhai sir.
I am not getting what you're saying.
Speaking too fast.
I'll slow it down.
Okay.
Okay. See, now what is there is I'm saying that see there is a body which is moving full from here to here. So there was 0 second and it covered like in 10 second total distance was covered. Some distance was covered. They have not given you that. They have just given you U is equal to 0 and they're telling you to find out the ratio of distance covered in 3 seconds to the ratio covered in the distance covered in the 3 seconds. So 3 seconds S3 is equal to A by 2. I substituted it in this formula. Okay. So a U is equal to 0, A by 2, 2n minus 1. So 2 into what is there? N. N is here 3. I substituted that. I got it this. Again for S4, if I try to find, it will be 2 into 4 minus 1, which will give me 8 minus 1, 7A upon. Okay, so if I'm trying to find out ratio of S3 by S4, S3 is equal to how much? 5A upon 2 and S4 is 7A upon 2. So I get it as here this. A gets cancelled, 2 gets cancelled. So I'm getting it in the ratio of 5:7. So this kind of question is being asked when I'm talking about equation of motions. But still, this is not that much important. What is important is this part, motion of projectile. Questions for motion of projectiles are being asked. So the first formula, what is there is T is your time of flight, how much time it flies, a projectile. H is your horizontal height. R stands for range. I'll write this formulas here again. Now why I'm writing here is 2u sine theta upon g. This is time of flight. And same formula to remember easily, you write it as uy upon g. Because in a projectile, when in a projectile motion, the vertical velocity will be given as u sine theta and the horizontal velocity will be given as u cos theta. As we know that if the vector is there which is inclined on angle theta, say vector A, so with what it is making angle, that will be represented by A cos theta and other will be represented as A sin theta in terms of when the angle between them we are assuming it as 90 degrees. So we are assuming it as 90 degrees for our course. Okay, so u sin theta is the vertical component and a u cos theta will be a horizontal component. So when I'm telling about time of flight, so obviously a body will be flying, so whatever time will be there, that will give it by. So you remember it in the terms of this one, it is shorter to remember. And if you know that because this is y component, so y component will be u sin theta, later you can substitute it. Similarly, h, so h formula, what I'm writing, normal is u square sine square theta upon 2g. So u square sine square theta upon 2g, because I know that u sine theta is equal to uy, I can write it as u component in y direction square upon 2g. Okay, this is what is the formula. If I'm talking about horizontal range is u square sine 2 theta by g. Again, I can write this in the form of what u sine square 2 theta can be written as sine 2 theta formula is 2 sine theta cos theta. 2 sine theta cos theta g. Again, I can write this as what? I can separate 2 outside and I can write one u with sine theta, another u with cos theta. So the final formula will become what? 2 times u y into ux upon g. You should know this formulas. This formulas is motion of projectile. You're supposed to know for all these things. Okay. These things are important. I think I'm okay. I'm good with the pace. Why I'm moving fast is there's so much things to cover, and if we save time, we get time for revision. And if you get time for revision, you get marks in your exam. Simple. How much time you give for revision, that is what is, and revision can be done in terms of question. Okay. Though I've slowed down the speed and we'll keep it up to this, will not increase that much. Next concept which we are going to see here is equation of trajectory. See, equation of trajectory, where it is used is, now many people don't try to remember your equation of trajectory, but one formula you have written here, equation of trajectory is y is equal to x tan theta minus gx square upon 2u square cos square theta. And one more formula we can write of y is equal to x tan theta 1 minus x by r, where r is what? Your range. For example, where we use this thing is, let's say if I have a question, let's take a question, right? There is a projectile like this. And what they have done is, this is being, the projectile is going like this, there is some velocity. I need to find a coordinate at this point, that is x comma y. Okay. And what they have given here is theta with which is projected is 30 degree. Distance up to this point is 6 meters. And further what is there is, it is 8 meters. So this is what is the question. And they're telling you to find out xy value. So if I substitute here, I can see that because this is given to me, so x coordinate here is 6. I can find out y by using 6 tan 30 degree because theta is 30, 1 minus x by r. So x is again 6 here, and r will be what? R is the distance covered in the horizontal direction. Maximum, this is what is r. See, I have written here, this is what is your r. So r is what? 8 plus 6, if I write, r will become how much? 8 plus 6 will become 40. So I can use this, what is 6, what is tan 30 value? Tan 30 value I think is 1√2, 1√3. And then here what I'll get it is 8 by 40. If I solve this, this will give me the value of y. This will be 2, 3, 6, 7. You can do all these things, 24 upon 7√3. So this kind of questions are important. One more, this is your, we say in physics, you say it as tricks. Many people teach it in the form of tricks. We say it as formula because by taking this common only, we are getting this. We have just substituted r value here and we got that formula. You can see that u square sine square theta is r value. Again, one more question, one very good kind of question is asked in your question is, say in some question, they'll mention you that range of something is equal to this much time of h maximum. But what is this h maximum? Let's first see that. Let's see, h formula is what? H formula is u square sine square theta upon 2g. Okay. So now when I'm talking about h being max, I need for making h maximum or height maximum, sine theta value should be maximum. And what we know is when sine theta is equal to 90 degree, so its value will be maximum because sine theta at 90 degrees, sine 90 is equal to how much? Sine 90 is equal to 1. So if I substitute that here, I get it as what? Use, this will become, total term will become 1. So this is what is the h max. Okay. So this is how we calculate the maximum value. If I want to calculate the maximum value for range, then what I'll do? I have to find out R maximum. So R maximum, I have to see that the formula is what? Y is equal to square sine 2 theta by G. So to make this term maximum, what I have to do? If I substitute theta equal to 45, then I get sine 90 and I get the value as u squared by G. This is what is the value for R maximum. So in the question, maybe they can ask you that what will be the maximum R value. So I need supposed to know only initial velocity. In the question, you can see this, that h max is directly proportional to u square and R max is also getting directly proportional to U square. That means if you're changing the initial velocity, based on that only your this height maximum and range maximum can be disturbed. But what I wanted to tell is, say there is a question in the question, they say you as that the range is equals to, or say we'll just generalize it is at n times of range maximum is equal to n times of height maximum. This is how the question they can give you. For example, they have given you that range is equal to 2 times of h maximum, and we have to find out other values. So for this kind of question where you find there is a relation between range and it is 2 times of h max or 5 times of h max. So for that kind of question, the immediate next step of yours should be that tan theta is equal to 4. Here I'll write tan theta is equal to 4 upon n, which is, so I can write here what? So tan theta here is what? 4 upon 2, which is equal to 1 by 2. So after I got this thing, what I'll write is, okay, 4 by n, I got 4. So 4, I did one mistake here. I'll just correct it. So it is 4 by 2. There's no time of wasting things. So I'll just do it fast. Okay, so I am doing it as 2. Now, so I got tan theta is equal to 2. So theta is equal to what? Tan inverse 1 by root 2. Using this, I can, sorry, tan theta is equal to theta is equal to tan inverse root 2. I can find out the value of sin theta cos theta by using this things. That is theta is equal to how much? So I got theta value here. If this is 2 by 1, that means this is equal to what? Perpendicular by base. So if perpendicular is given to me is 2, base is 1, the square of this will give me what? Root 5. So I can write that sin theta is equal to how much? Sin theta will be equal to perpendicular by this. Cos theta will be equal to base by this. I get it as 1 by root 5. So this is what is the present situation. According to this, I can substitute anything I can find. You say in the time of flight, you say, because if I'm saying you have to find out h value. So h value is what? U square, sine square theta upon 2g. If I write 2g here, so I can write u square. So I write u square. Sine square 2 theta will become what? From here I can write if it is 4 by 5. Then I have 2g here, so 2 into 10. So I can find, you can leave in the question, if they give you u value, you find out full final value. If they're not giving you u value, you leave it in the form of u. So this is what is the use of this thing. Next thing, when I'm talking about relative velocity, questions of relative velocity, very rare for your exam, but the concept they have told you, this is there for your syllabus somewhere. So relative velocity is important for you to know. Only one thing what you're supposed to know in relative velocity, then if they're moving in the same direction, then we add it. If the two bodies are moving in same direction, we add their velocity. If this is moving with VA, this is with VB, we just add them. And if they are going in different direction, so this is ulta direction, so we add it. If they're going to same direction, we just subtract it. If they're going in ulta direction of each other, we just add it. Opposite direction, and if they are going in the same direction, we subtract it. This is one thing. Plus, if I'm just talking about a question, say, let's take one question that car is there which is moving with a speed of 72 kilometers per hour in this direction, and I have a car which is moving in this direction with a speed of 36 kilometers per hour. And we need to find out what? We need to find out at what time they meet. Okay. So to find out that, what we have to do is, so you can see the formula that relative velocity, V is what? V is V relative. So I write it as V relative. Relative is equal to separation between the two bodies. So say I'll say the distance between them is given to me as 400 kilometers. 400 kilometers. if two objects go in opposite direction, if they're going in opposite direction, they will be, you're saying that you're talking about in this, then they will never meet. We can find out relative velocity in any case when they are going to meet. Rationally, they are not going to meet when they are going to an opposite direction. In this case, they can meet somewhere here. In this case, we can move if it moves with a speed more velocity. But in this case, if they're going in this direction, they will never meet. Relative velocity questions will be only asked for that time and they're going to meet. Okay, so I can find out here relative velocity by separation of the distance between them using this formula, separation of distance between them upon the time taken. Now I said what v relative when they're moving in the same, they're going here and this is going in here. I have to add the velocity. So if I add the velocity to find out v relative, what I can do is v relative when they're moving in the same, they're moving towards each other. So I can find it by addition of the velocity. It will be 36 plus 72. 36 plus 72 will be 90. 108. So time will be given by 400 upon v relative, that is 108. That is what will give you the answer. Something in our. This kind of questions are being asked when we are talking about relative velocity concept. So anyway, okay. Now, next thing what we have to deal with is your addition of vectors. Everyone, I think somewhere they have read addition of vector. See, addition of vector, you have triangle law as well, which we study like this, that if two vectors are represented by the two sides of a triangle, the third side of the triangle represents the resultant of two vectors. But triangle law, why I didn't include is triangle law is not needed that much and is not important as well, and you don't use it for much other thing. What kind of questions they ask you for the say if they're saying just remember two things is when I can add two vectors, adding of two vectors are only possible what if their head to head is matching or their tail to tail is matching. To use head and tail, head and tail is used to find out resultant of vectors. Two vectors resultant can be found out by using head of one vector and tail of other vector. But to add two vectors, what we do, like for example, they have given you a question is this is a vector here, and then I have another vector in this way, and so the angle here is 40 degree. So this is A vector and this is B vector, and they're telling you to find out the angle between what will be the angle between A and B. They're telling, so you're writing it as 40. In this situation, your answer is they're telling you what is the if I have to add this two vector. So before adding this two vector, what I have to do is see, I said what here tail of that vector will be there, and here head of that vector is there. In this condition, I can't find the angle. Never give the answer when this is in this fashion that one head will be there, another tail will be there. To find out this, what we have to do is we have to drag this back, and what we'll draw it, we'll put it here. So this will be written as this position. Now I can shift a vector in this way. I can shift a vector behind taking in the same line of axis. I can move in anywhere in any where in this y-axis or x-axis or z-axis. I can just not tilt with any angle. I can move them front and backward on the same line of axis. If this is 40 degree, if I have to find out angle between A and B, I can't give this now because see at this position their head and head is there. So now I can write the angle as 140 degree. So never give the angle in such condition where their head and tail is matching or tail and head is matching. That is the first thing which is important here. Now next parallelogram method is if one vector is represented one side, other is this. Resultant of this will be given by the diagonal of the parallelogram. Okay, statement wise I'm telling you. Statement wise you should just try to remember what is as important as, or you should try to share it in the class when you should talk to yourself this if that will improve your communication skills as well. What is there is if the side of parallelogram represents one vector, other side represents the other vector, adjacent side. So what the resultant of this vector will give you is given by the diagonal of this. And when I'm trying to find the sum of this, resultant formula will be this. When I'm trying to find out division, like subtraction of this two, if I have to find out subtraction of two vector, I use this formula. To find out angle, this formula is used. We can find out the angle, we can derive the angle, like say, because this is a parallelogram. If I'm talking about this is the parallelogram, so what I can do is I can join these two sides. This is what is the parallelogram. This is A vector, this is B vector. Now what I can do is, and I know this is the angle between these two is theta. If I'm trying to do like this, because this is theta, this will also be theta. If I have this is happening, this is theta, this is theta. So now if this is theta, so A, this one is B. So according to parallelogram, this is also B, and this one will be A. So now if this is B, according to this vector, if I try to separate it, if this is the vector B and the angle between them is theta. So according to our rule, what will be there here is this will be given as B cos theta according to resolution of vector, and this will be given as B sin theta. So I can write that here. This is so from here to here something will be there, and this will be what A cos theta, and this will be equal to what B sin theta. Sorry, this is B cos theta and this is B sin theta. So now if I'm trying to find out tan theta is will be given from this side length by this side length. So this side length is how much? B sin theta, and this side length is what? A plus. So this tan theta is basically found out for what? We try to find out what direction of, this is used for finding a direction of resultant. This is for what we use this particular tan theta. Now you can see I've written something here as R max and R minimum. So depending on this thing, when it will be R will be maximum, resultant will be maximum in that condition where I got cos theta as maximum. Cos theta will be maximum at 0 degree. At 0 degree, this will become 1. If I'm talking about R, so R at 0 degree will become 1. So I'll write it as A square plus B square plus 2AB. So in that condition, what it will become? RV will become maximum. So this will give me A plus B whole square formula. A plus B whole square, R square. So R square gets cancelled. So R maximum is equal to A plus B. And at what angle we observe R to be maximum? When theta is equal to 0 degree. And R minimum will be observed where theta will be 180 degree. Why 180 degree? Because cos theta is minus. Okay. So this is a vector part. We are dealing with this one. This is vector part. Still, the questions will be there, so don't worry. Okay, I'm just trying to explain you the things. And everyone, please try to solve. If you have any textbook, don't solve much questions. Don't solve less also. Just try to be in between. Just try few things because you have other subjects also to study. You need to match everything. Okay? Don't
There is
just try.
mistake, sir.
Yes, tell.
Tan alpha is equal to B sin theta by A plus B cos theta.
Tan alpha.
Yes, sir.
Why tan
Tan
alpha?
theta.
Sorry.
Tan theta is equal to B sin theta by A plus B cos theta.
No, okay, I understood. I can hear. What? Just tell me one thing. What is this alpha and what is this theta?
Beta is the angle between.
No, sir. Here is
No, you are turning the pages. I'm just telling you what is alpha and what is beta. You just tell me that.
no, sir. You are writing here A plus cos theta, but there should be A plus B cos theta.
Where this one?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
So now this side is A plus B cos theta, this total length. Okay. And this side is equal to total B sin theta. So that's why the answer. What will be the changes in negative case? If I in negative case I'm trying to find tan alpha, what will be the answer? Things everything will just say same. Only thing will be there. This okay, here also I have read less.
Yes, sir.
My bad. Okay. That one you are telling. Okay, fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, let it. Okay, everyone. So this is what will be the length a plus b cos theta, and this will be b sin theta. Because this is the total length I have to take is this one, and you can see that from here this is only a. So after that total length, if I have to add it as b cos theta. If I'm talking about tan alpha, I'll be writing it as what? I'll be writing it as b sin theta, a minus b cos theta. Okay. So now this everything is this is how we'll try. And tan alpha is basically alpha is the angle of resultant with A. Okay. If I have to find it with B, I have to do this will be whatever I'll get alpha, that will be theta minus alpha will be the angle with B. So what I have taken here is I have taken the angle of alpha is angle of A with R. Okay. Next, we have to discuss is your laws of motion. Laws of motion, we have obviously three laws there. What is the first law? The first law says is what if a body in rest will stay in rest, a body in motion will stay in motion unless and until is acted by some external force. That is what is law of inertia. The first thing is also said as law of rest as well. Okay, that is what can be the answer for this. It can also be said as law of rest. And what is inertia? Inertia is basically property of the body's matter. If how much will be the mass, that much will be the inertia. That is what is the first law. Second law is what? When we are talking about the second law is basically the thing in which we say that if you apply the force applied on a body will be directly proportional to the change of momentum, and or it will be directly proportional to the change of momentum in the same direction in which the force is applied on that body. If I'm trying to a body is in this direction, I'm trying to put force on this, so whatever momentum will be produced, it will be in the same direction in which I have applied the force. So I have written force is equal to dp by dt, which will give me ma. How I know dp here? P is what? P here is linear momentum. E in this case is linear momentum. Okay, so formula for linear momentum is what? mv. So if I'm talking about dp by dt, so if I'm writing dp by dt, that is differentiation. So I write it as d of mv upon dt, and so m being mass of the body will be always constant. So we write it as m dv by dt, because dv by dt is what? Dv by dt is change of velocity, and time change by velocity time is nothing but acceleration. So using that we derive. So we can also say that second law of motion is used to derive the formula of force. Now third law says what is action and reaction law. That is means what is for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Okay, for every action there will be equal and opposite reaction. For example, if I'm talking about when I'm walking, so we are trying to put force on the ground, and by help of that we are able to walk. So that is what is the third law. Okay, so this is when I'm talking about Newton's laws of motion. You don't have to study much in this in terms of theory, but there is few terms when we are talking about the question part. There will be something which we are supposed to know. For example, we get some certain kind of questions in case of Newton laws of motion. We get is like if there is a person or there is a mass, a person is there in the lift, and lift is static, acceleration in the lift is 0. This is a lift. The body is here, and there's no one. So what we say that body is in this part. Body always puts our weight downwards in direction, that is mg, and there will be a force which will be always given by the surface, that is normal force, which we represent as m. When the lift is not moving, in that condition we write that normal of the force is equal to mg. In case when I'm saying what is this starts moving with an acceleration a, in the this is a first condition. Say in the second condition, what I'm saying that starts moving with an acceleration, it will start moving up. So if I'm saying if the body starts moving up, always remember that F net is equal to ma. So if it is moving up, that means what will be there? The net force will be more in the upward direction. So F net being n more, I'll write it as what? N minus mg is equal to ma. So from this, if I'm trying to find out n value, I'll get it as mg plus a. Or if there is third case when I'm saying that the lift is coming down with an a acceleration, so that time again F net will be equal to ma. So because it is coming down, that means mg will be greater. So mg minus n is equal to ma. So n is equal to mg minus a. This will be the case when I'm talking about when the lift is moving down. Now, in this case, what I am saying is, say, in this case, I'll say that there is a case when they talk about weightlessness. Weightlessness. So weightlessness is a condition where I'm saying about when that is free fall. When something is weightless or a free fall, that time A will become equal to G. So if you substitute A is equal to G here, you get what? N is equal to 0. So this is why we say that we start feeling weightlessness during free fall, because during free fall of the lift, A acceleration of the lift becomes equal to gravity, acceleration due to gravity. Because of that only we say that N is equal to mg minus A, where A will become equal to G, that time the term will become 0. So N will become equal to 0. That is the condition of the weightlessness. Next topic you can see in terms of friction, there it is not that much important for you. What you're supposed to know is if a body is in rest and it is not moving, obviously frictional force is always acting opposite. If the motion is in this direction, then it is always a force which resists the motion. So friction is in this direction, frictional force. So the condition where the block is not moving, in that condition, we say that the body is still in static friction. And that time, whatever force we have applied will be equal to the frictional force. If say in this condition, you are applying 5 Newton force and the body is not moving, that means frictional force also in this direction will be 5 Newton. If the body is not moving, if body starts moving, so if the body just moves like this, if you put still bit force in that and starts moving, say it will become 5.1 and start moving, that condition is known as limiting friction. It's like it is just going to move. And that condition where the body is already moving and that time also the friction will be acting, that condition is known as kinetic friction. This is not that much important in terms of laws of motion. For your exam, it is not that much important. Why? Because they have already have their this have been taught to you when you're starting in 9th and 10th grade. In terms of question, that is not that much important. Just telling you. Okay. This notes, if it is not visible, don't worry. See, you have options. Notes will be given in such a way that you say this PPT will be given to you for revision part, and if anyone wants to study the chapter in depth, so there will be a notes based on that as well. And probably for the chapters which are more important, for them you'll get a set of questions also to solve, which you can ask the questions once you have solved it. Okay, so don't worry about the notes sector, everything, and still which we have doubts about this thing later on. If you feel there is some doubt, as we have already mentioned that you'll have revision session according to the time availability, so we'll keep that as well. Okay, so no problem. Now when I'm talking about this work power energy, we know that work is equal to F dot S, or I write it as Fs cos theta. Now, when I'm saying this is the formula for work done, so work done, what you can say that this is a dot product of two vectors. So work will be obviously going to be quantity, scalar quantity, and then F I have force. What will be this thing? If force is constant, the force is continuously not changing. In such cases, what we write the formula is Fs cos theta. This is used when the force is constant. When the force is variable, you use the formula as integration of F ds cos theta, you write dr cos theta, you write. So this will be used. This will be the integration of this variable force. Like say I'm saying that here the distance from 2 meter, it moved to 5 meter. So what we'll write it? So we'll integrate both the sides. Okay, dw from here 0 to whatever condition w, and here I'll integrate it from 2 meter to 5 meter. or if I'm writing it as condition as S1 to S2, so I write here as, in this case, I write here S1 and S2. So this is when the force is variable, force is continuously changing. Now, in this case, if you see, possibilities are what? Cos theta can be 0. Cos theta will be 0 when theta is 90. So in this condition, if you see, work done will become 0. But these conditions are where when you say that there's a straight wall and there is a person who's trying to push this wall. He's trying to push this wall, and this is not moving. So why we say that here work done is 0? Because angle between this and this will be theta. Theta will be equal to 90 degree. It's another condition where we see that there is a porter, the person who will be there, and he is carrying your luggage. In this condition also we try to say what is the angle. Here the work done is 0. When there is a condition where we say that theta is equal to 0, in that condition what we say that work is positive. Work will be positive because cos 0 degree is equal to 1. So we get it as Fs. And there's a possibility when we talk about negative work done, that is 180 degree. Why 180 degree is negative work? Because cos 180 degree is minus 1. So because of that, we say, so possibility work done can be 0, can be positive, can be negative. All these conditions are possible when we're talking about work done. The work done conditions, this is enough for you to find out what is the, for example, if I'm trying to find out there is a condition where negative work was done. So you can see about if the ball is moving and the frictional force is acting in opposite direction. So in that cases, the force is being applied in the negative. If I'm trying to say there is a ball which is moving and the ball is moving in this direction, and then the frictional force is acting in this direction. So what we say that the displacement here was in this direction. So an angle between this and this will be what? At present, theta will be 180 degrees. So generally, when we're talking about frictional force work done, it will be always negative only. So now when I'm talking about work power energy, next one is work. Next thing what we have to discuss is work energy theorem. Now work energy theorem says is that whatever work done will be there by all the forces will be equal to change in kinetic energy. Change in kinetic energy, and we know that kinetic energy formula is what? Half mv square. Change in kinetic energy, how I write? Half v final square minus half v initial square. I take half m common, so I get it as v final minus v initial square. This is what is work done. So this is known as what? Work energy theorem. Kinetic energy formula is half mv square. If I'm talking about potential energy will be equal to what? This we divide them in for your syllabus. We have GPE. This is gravitational potential energy, which is given by m times g times h. Then when I'm talking about spring potential energy, it is given by half kx square. Now, what is this kx square? This is spring constant. Like say, if I have a spring like this, and I'm trying to put a force on this in this direction. So what will happen that there will be certain extension in this. Say the extension here will be of x meter. So what spring will try to do? Spring will try to put a force in this direction. That will be F restoring force. Okay. So for this spring, there will be a spring constant which is given by K, and this is what we write it here is this spring, this restoring force will do some work done to bring it back in its original position, and that will be stored in the spring in the form of potential energy. So spring potential energy is half kx square, gravitational potential energy is mgh. Okay. Now when I'm talking about power, power is what? Rate of doing work, as we just said. If they're asking you P average, we use the formula as W by T. And if they're asking you P instantaneous, okay, what is the difference between instantaneous and P average? The P instantaneous will be given by F vector times velocity vector. So instantaneous is what? It is being calculated at one point. Average is what? It is being calculated on a range of value. It is not calculated at one point. For example, there's one good question which can be asked by you. Whenever in an example they are telling you to find out instantaneous, anything at instantaneous, whatever quantity, say like find the time They are telling you find the time at what this will be the, okay, the question will be like say, there is a question where like find a time where the value of this will, value of this, any quantity, value of any quantity changes. If they are telling you to any such question is there, like velocity of the work is changes, or the value of time changes, or the value of force changes. In any case, when you find this particular thing, that find the time at which the value changes, you have to immediately do differentiation of that. Like say if they're telling you for the power, so I'll do what? Power upon time, and I'll equate it to 0. This time, whatever time value I get from here, that will be the answer for this. So when I'm talking about instantaneous cases, instantaneous is at particular point, and average when I'm trying to calculate, it will be for a range of value. So that's why we have written two formula here, that P average is equal to W upon T and P instantaneous is equal to F times V. Next point you can see is we have conservation of energy. I have written here is something you can see that we have conservative forces and non-conservative forces. Conservative forces are basically we are talking about something which depends on the path followed. Non-conservative which doesn't depend on the path being followed. So when I am saying that in absence of non-conservative forces, what we write is kinetic energy initial. I have written it as U. Potential energy initial is equal to kinetic energy final plus potential energy final. This is basically what? This is sum of mechanical energy. So this is what your conservation of energy says, that sum of mechanical energy, initial mechanical energy, will be equal to sum of final mechanical energy. This is what we talk about this thing. Okay. Now there will be, in this type, if I'm trying to find out some questions in this cases, so they can ask you related to what? They can ask you related to what will be the energy for this. The question basically from this comes for your energy, work energy theorem, or negative work done or positive work done. That the kind of questions you can expect from this chapter. Now again, when I'm talking about center of mass thing, center of mass of a body is what? If I want to define center of mass of a body is, okay, so if say I am talking about a circle, I know that circle, most of the things will be concentrated here. If I talk about our body in stomach, we have a hole, and they will say that all the masses will be there concentrated at that point. So what is definition if I want to say about center of mass? It will be average position of all the parts. Like where the weight of all the, like what if there is a person and his hand, leg, everything is there, so there will be some weight for hand, some weight for leg, all this thing will be concentrating at some point. So that point is basically we say it is center of mass. For symmetrical bodies, for say if I am talking about a square, if I am talking about a circle, the cases where you have symmetrical thing, it is found at the center. When there is a body which is not symmetrical, for that conditions we have to find out using the formula for center of mass, where we say there will be different bodies. There will be, like say I have irregular body like this, and I have mass m1 here, and this is from this point I have to calculate point at A. So from here this is there, this is here, so this will have some mass. From here to here some distance will be there, from here to here some distance will be there. All this distance we take it like m1, m2, m3, then x1, x2, x3. Using that, we try to find out this. This will be y component. This is for velocity of center of mass. This is for acceleration of center of mass. And whenever F external I have to find out, F external I found out using m times A of center of mass. And when there is no external force, we say that A center of mass is equal to 0. Okay, A center of mass is equal to 0 when I'm talking about. See, again, if someone who is not have studied physics properly till now, I'll suggest them not to get into rotational motion questions, because it will be time taken, and obviously time you say 30 questions, 60 minutes time is there. But so those times and all you can use when you're talking about heat questions, we are talking about electricity, magnetism questions. That and all will be more helpful for you. Those kind of questions when you're trying to solve. So you can use or you can save your time for that. Next thing is angular speed. When you're talking about rotational motion, when you're talking about something which is moving, say like we say that when a body is moving in linear motion, so we have all the data. Like say with linear motion, we say that we have v is equal to this. So similarly, when the body is moving under a rotation, it is that it is moving anti-clockwise, it is moving clockwise. So that time the velocity, the angular speed, we represent it with omega. And when I'm trying to connect, so say if a body is moving in circular path, this is rotation is happening or revolution is happening. So say assume that this is a radius for this. So how we connect linear velocity to this using this formula. V is equal to W into or omega into R, where V is equal to what? V is your linear velocity. V is what? V is nothing but your linear velocity. And what is R? R I have written here. R is your radius of circular path. Omega is what? Omega is nothing but your angular speed. This they have asked few formula based questions from all this. So I have just kept it so they can revise this thing. Now when I'm talking about something which is moving on the circular thing, we can say what? They always to find out the direction of the velocity, we draw a tangent on the circle. When you draw a tangent on the circle, that will give you the direction of the particular thing. Direction of this will, and when I'm talking about F net, I write it as what is this AC? AC is nothing but this is centripetal acceleration, because of C here represents centripetal. What is centripetal force? See, when a body is moving in a circular motion, then there will be always a force like this body is moving here, or this body is coming here, or this body is coming here. It will always have a motion towards center of that circular path. So the force which is trying not to release this thing, this is keeping it intact on the circular path. That force is known as centripetal force, which is denoted by mv square by r. In this case, here because the radius I have taken as say as this r I have taken as a radius for this. So I write it as mv square by r. Same thing, there is an imaginary force exists. Because of this, we say it as centripetal force, and then another one which moves outward, that is known as centrifugal force. The centripetal force and the centripetal force, centrifugal force. In case a centrifugal force becomes greater, this always acts outside, and this always acts inside. So when in the case when I have when centripetal force becomes more than centrifugal force, it is normally moving on the circular track. When it is centrifugal becomes more, it comes out, it falls, it goes with this motion, it comes out of the circular track. Doesn't stays on the circular track. That's why this was a case for this only and all. We use banking of roads so that they don't go out. So then the turns and all, you can see that you can find out banking of roads. The next slide is we are having moment of inertia. We have obviously derivations for this to derive moment of inertia. As per now, we don't need that derivation part because you're nearing to the exam. In terms of your exam, if you remember this many formula, that is more than enough. What the first one is rods. For rod, we are trying to find out at the last what will be the moment of inertia. Normally, moment of inertia, we write it as mass into at the r square. This r is basically the length of the body from the center where the rotation is happening from the center of mass. So here I am saying this total length is there, so I write it as ml square by 3. This is for the rod. At the end of the rod, if I'm trying to find, this will be at end of the rod. And if I'm trying to find at the middle of the rod, we write it as ml square by 12. Okay. For ring, we directly write I is equal to mr square. What is the difference between ring and disc? Is ring is something which we try to put in our finger. That those are rings. Engagement rings and all will be there. So that is what is said as ring. And then when I'm talking about your disc, so disc is those CDs, those cassettes, the CDs which we used to play, right? That will be your disc. So disc is basically like there will be it will not be hollow. When I'm talking about ring will be hollow. So for ring, we calculate the moment of inertia by this formula mr square, and for disc we calculate the moment of inertia by mr square by 2. In case of hollow sphere, it is 2 by 3, 2 by 5. In case of solid sphere, what is r? R will be the radius of what? Radius of sphere. Now, when I'm talking about rectangular shape, so rectangular shape, see this side is A, this side is B. So I'm trying to calculate it in terms of moment of inertia. It will be written as ma square by 12 upon mv square by 12. So this is how we calculate this thing. Just remember this many. Just don't try to waste your much time in reading with a lot of theory. Practice a lot of questions. Very good, appreciable. Don't try to waste more. Only one mistake. I think by mistake I wrote that thing wrong. A plus b cos theta thing when I'm talking about. So that I have to erase. And when we are done with this thing now, we'll start doing the questions. Just now only we'll try to have sometime I see. Maybe some people will be feeling I'm moving fast. Maybe some can feel that no, he's not knowing anything. Maybe some can feel like he knows but is not able to keep. Possibilities are there. But what we have to do is we all have to learn together, right? That is what is the thing. So what we all have to do is we'll first try to read the theory and try to solve questions. How much ever I know, maybe some student will be knowing more than me, some may be equal to me, some lesser than me. So whatever I have, I'll try to give it to you. The time which I have is very less. Okay, I have less time for this thing. So I'm trying to give you much theory and important theory. I am not teaching you everything. I can just teach you like dimension for 2 hours. I can just teach you like work power energy for 4-5 hours. But what we have to do is we are assuming that you know the things a bit, and according to that we are trying to move. Okay. And hope you all will understand it, and we'll all try to do good together. We'll solve more and more questions. I have huge faith with the students. They'll try their best because they have to do more better than their us in their career. Lot of things, a lot of expectation you all will be having from yourself. So let's come back to the topic. We'll use our time in the question solving. Now, when I'm talking about angular momentum is represented by L, and L is given by R times P. P is nothing but P is your linear momentum. Linear momentum formula is what? P is equal to mv. So P is equal to mv is your linear momentum formula. This is how, what is this? See, sometimes I can ask you the questions in this also. This cross basically means cross vector. I'm trying to remove that vector. I'll write it as R P sine theta. Now, what is this omega? Angular speed. Angular, like how we can write, say, for example, we have velocity. So velocity we write it was ds by dt. ds by dt, differentiation of this speed by time gives me velocity. I say acceleration, I can write it as what? dv by dt. In same way, if I'm trying to write angular speed, I am trying to write angular speed in front of the d theta by dt. How I'm writing this acceleration? I have acceleration d omega by dt. This is angular. Alpha represents what? Alpha is your angular. Alpha is nothing but angular acceleration. If it is moving in some circular track, that time I write it as 2 pi n. N is nothing but n is your number of revolutions. Number of revolutions is n. Again, when I'm talking about torque, torque is given by R cross F. What is this R here? What is this R here is? R is the distance there. See, when there will be a rotation, or they will be rotating in terms of axis. So say a body, this is the axis, and a body have this is the axis, and this at this distance it is rotating. So this distance from the axis of rotation is represented by R. And with force F, it is moving in say clockwise direction or anti-clockwise direction. That is what is torque. Torque can also be written as RF sine theta if I'm removing the cross sign. And if I'm saying that there is a thing, there is a system which is in equilibrium. So in translational motion, that is when you have linear motion, we write delta F summation of F. That means F net equal to 0, we write. In case of rotational motion, we write torque net is equal to 0.
So there omega is equals to 2 pi n by 60. What is that? Angular moment.
Sorry?
So in angular momentum, there is omega is equals to 2 pi n by 60. That angular velocity is equals to 2 pi n by 60. So what is that?
It is same thing. See, it's just the only difference I said. No, the only difference in this 2 pi n 60 is we are talking about velocity. Say if I have sine, this is a circle, and this circle is, their body is moving in this circle. So if it takes one particular circle, I write set, this is said as what, 2 pi. The particular thing is taking one. Okay, so it's a formula. It's not a formula. It's basically not a formula. It's just for the explanation purpose. Formula is only this two.
Yes.
This is the formula which we are trying to use. Nothing else will be used. This will be just, this will be keep on varying it. This will be different for different situation. For one difference, it will be a 2 pi to 1, it will be 2 pi 2, 2 pi. So the formula which you are supposed to remember is this one, not all of them. Okay, this formula is important, this is important, this is important. This all always have to remember.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Numerical, I'll try to solve few questions now. Because of that only I'm trying to move with faster. I'll try to solve few questions at present. See, laws of gravitation questions, very rare chance. I have tabulated this thing. If you feel that you are done with everything, then only go to this laws of gravitation. Laws of gravitation questions, I have included here table of gravitational potential, gravitational field as well. Maybe this is not visible. What I'll do is I'll convert this in the form of PDF and then I'll share it, which will be given to you. Right, with whatever is minimum required, you can read it and can still ask the question. Laws of gravitation, if I'm trying to say laws of gravitation is what? Two body. So force of gravitation is given by G m1 m2 upon r square. In this case, r is what? R is the distance between two bodies. This is what is r here. So now when I'm trying to, what they ask you here is what will be the dimension of G. To find out dimension of G, what I do is I do F into R square upon M1 into M2. F is how much? MLT minus 2. And R is what? L square. When this is done, then we have M into square. Because so this will give you what? This will cancel 1. I'll get it as M raised to minus 1, L raised to Q, e raised to minus 2. So this will be the dimension. The value for this is given as 6.67 into 10 raised to minus 11. They have asked you dimension for this. I haven't seen they have asked you any question except this in your questions. But Kepler's law is not important. I said again, what is important on this page is, I'm telling you this also, I've already briefed it out. What is more important, if you are done with all the things, you feel like I don't want to miss anything, at that particular time you come and you just revise this formula. Because these are derivations you're going to do in electrostats chapter, but derivation part, it is all is not required. This all doesn't come in the questions that much. Sometimes they have asked you the questions for gravitational field. Gravitational field is what? Basically, if I have two mass here, so because of this two masses, there will be a field created in between. So I'm trying to find out that intensity, that how much powerful that will be. So for that and all, we use this. Now, okay. Next thing is, what we'll be covering tomorrow in mechanics will be more important. Okay. On this page, I have written one formula which is escape velocity. Escape velocity is that velocity with which if you throw something, it will cross that gravitational pull of the earth. For that formula is what? It is given by root 2 gm by r, where this gmr is what? This is g is gravitational constant. This is mass of earth and this is radius of earth. It is also written as 2gr. For earth, we have the value for this is 1.11.2 kilometer per second. That is what is escape velocity. So other formulas also is written here, but at present we are now the next formula I have written here. You can see is I have written G when there is a something at say this is your center and there is something which is moving at this height. So here to here the height is h. This is r. In this condition, if this place, if I try to calculate the gravitational acceleration due to gravity, so acceleration due to gravity will be calculated by using this formula. So acceleration due to gravity is calculated using this formula. So I'm talking about acceleration due to gravity formula. This now you know acceleration due to gravity is 9.8 meter per second square on Earth. And when I'm talking about moon, because in moon it becomes G by 6, what with gravitational, this will be G and moon will be E by 6. This is all is few distinct, which is supposed to be remembered by you, or you say that this is important for you. But then as this present, what you have to be thorough about all these things. You have to just be remembering the formulas, you have to be remembering the things. Now what we'll do is, we'll try to solve few questions. Now what I'll do is, I'll dictate you the questions and then we'll solve. I'll dictate means in the terms what, I'll just give you the formulas which is required. Starting with, let's say we have the one question is, you have Planck's constant, you remember H. We have to find dimension formula for Planck's constant. Okay, so how we'll find out dimensional formula for Planck's constant? The formula is this and all you write. You try to solve. The formula for energy is H nu, when nu is your frequency. This is the Planck's constant there. H is equal to E upon nu will become what? 1. Now, H is what? Planck's constant. So Planck constant, how you will find out energy? Energy will be equal, energy will be ml square T minus 2. Energy will be equal to work done. Energy and work both have the same dimension. So energy is, I can write it in this. Correct? What will be nu? What is the dimension for nu? Nu dimension will be T minus 1. Because this was number of oscillations per second. So number of T minus 1. Very good. So I get the formula here as what? ml square T minus 1. This is, so there's not, see, when I'm talking about the questions from dimensions and all, it will not be that much hard. One question let's do one more question here is, okay, we'll do questions. So there the question says is what? That we have speed of light c, then we have gravitational constant g, and then we have Planck's constant h. Okay, so you have to find a dimension for all this. So c, g, and all this dimension they're asking you. We just did h, we just did g. C is velocity, so velocity will be lt minus 1. G we can just use that formula, we can find out the formula which you have done. H is Planck's constant. In this, you don't have that very hard questions. You don't have to expect when it comes to this kind of examples. Now, see if I have V, there's velocity. Velocity is equal to A plus V minus T by X plus D upon Y plus, say, and let this V is volume and this V is velocity. This V is volume, this V is volume, and this V is what? Velocity. So we have to find what? We have to find out dimensions for what will be the dimension for A, B, C, and D. Can you all try? Just one question.
ALT minus 1.
A is equal to?
ALT minus 1.
No, V, I'm saying V is volume.
B is volume, ALQ.
So it's LQ. The next B will be how much? B will be time, right? T is time. So B is time.
ALQ, T minus 1.
No,
T.
I'm just finding out. I'm just telling T. Okay. So
Yes,
T,
yes, sir, T.
Dipesh is telling T on T. Very good. Okay. Now I'm trying to find out D. Then this is here. So I have D, Y plus B here. Now Y is what here? Yeah, instead of C, I have Y here. So A, B, Y, and D. Okay. So Y I have to find out. So if this is velocity, then Y will be what? LT minus 1. And now using this, I can find out D. So I think if this is not hard, this is easy. It's not very much hard in this question. Okay. We'll go to our next thing, which is equation of motion. Questions of equation of motions are being asked more. So what we'll do is, they're asking you one question. There is a car. There is a car which is at rest. So u is equal to 0. It is uniformly accelerated to a speed of 144 kilometer per hour. So v is 144 kilometer per hour. Okay, and this 144 kilo this have done in 20 seconds. So you need to find out what is the distance covered. It's easy. It's damn easy. It's not. It's nowhere hard. This kind of questions they are asking you in the exam.
So 20 hours.
20 seconds. So 144 times of that. I have given the answer already. Good. Now say we have a question next is, there is a
800 meter,
sorry?
0.8 kilometer.
Okay. So this is, say we have one vector here. We have two vectors. Which is
100
one
meters.
is very good. This is this one 8 Newton 6. Solve this one. This is good. We have these two vectors. They're inclined at a angle of 120 degree. We need to find out the magnitude. I just dictate the question. You can write this question. This is important. You have two forces, which is 6 Newton and 8 Newton. The angle between them is 180 degree. We need to find out resultant force. In the question they are given, you need to find out resultant force. So F resultant you have to find out, and you have to find out direction. Some question they'll mention you like this: direction from 8 Newton. You have to find out the direction of the force from 8 Newton. Sometimes I can mention here a 6 Newton as well. So what you have to find out is resultant force and what will be its direction from 8 Newton force. Try this. So anyone have the answer? We have the resultant formula is what? R square is equal to A square plus B square plus 2 times AB cos theta. Theta here is what? Theta is basically the angle between the two vectors. If I substitute here, this will be what? 6 square plus 8 square plus 2 times into 6 plus 4. Somebody have given resultant as 6. 2 into 8 into cos 120 degree. What is the value of cos 120 degree? Huh?
Cos 120
Cos 120 degrees how much?
minus 0.
Minus 1 by 2. They have written minus 1 by 2. Is minus 1 by 2? I'm going with the answer which is given by your friend. How you calculated 1 by 2, everyone knows that, right? This is also important. You're supposed to know that as well, that how, if you don't remember it, if you remember the basic things also, that's it. But Dipesh have given that answer. Dipesh has given that answer as cos 120 is minus half. You can calculate it by using the formulas. You can write cos 120 is equal to something to find. If I'm trying to write it in the terms of cos 180 degree, what can be the answer? How to calculate cos 180? You can write cos as 90 plus 30 degrees. So this is basically cos 1. And if you're trying to write, if you remember in your maths, we have this thing after school to college. So this is where 0, this is 90 degree, this is 180 degree, then we come to 270, then this is 360. So we're talking about 90 was the only sign is positive here. So cos 90 minus theta will become what? Sine 30 degree. Okay, but only if I'm converting sign here, so it will be giving a positive answer. Because I'm converting cos, it will be negative. So sine 30 is half, so minus half I'm writing as the value for it. So we calculate anywhere when I'm using 90 plus something or 270 plus something, cos changes to sine, sine changes to cos, tan to cot, cot to tan, and sec to cosec, cosec to sec. Okay, so if I'm getting this value, this will be how much? This will be 100. 100 minus 48. So it is coming as root under 52.
52.
Dipesh,
7.121.
huh?
7.211.
That root value, what you get R is this is if you are giving answer this. Then if I'm trying to find what I wanted to tell you here is basically this is fine. When they're saying you, they're specifically telling you that you have to find out direction from 8 Newton. In that case, anyway, we remember the formula, but if they say 6 Newton, so what you have to do is, because after finding out tan theta, I know that tan will be equal to tan alpha is equal to, normally tan value what we have read is sine by cos. So you have to just remember that whatever they write here as 8 Newton, you have to leave that other force we have to take. So we'll take it as 6 sine, because tan by is sine theta by cos. So sine 120 degree upon a plus b sine theta. So a plus b cos theta here. So cos 120 degree. When we already know that if they would have mentioned here 6 Newton, so assume here 6 Newton was mentioned. So my tan alpha, that time what I have to write? Tan alpha will be written in the form as 8 sine 120 upon 6 plus 8 cos 120. You have to just say that what they are giving you, direction from 8 Newton or direction from 6 Newton. Based on this, we'll calculate the thing. So I'll get it as 6 on the top. I'll get it as 6 root 3 by 2 sine plus root 3 by 2 upon 8 plus. So I think the answer will be 3 root 3 by 5. So this is how we try to calculate the questions related to this. We try to do questions from yeah, okay. So next question, say we have question is they have given you a velocity for they have given you velocity of a projectile. Velocity of the projectile is represented by equation 3i vector plus 4j vector, and they are telling you to find out time of flight. They're telling you to find out h. They're telling you to find out r. So what are the time of flight? Then horizontal height, then range. This is maximum height, this is time of flight, this is the range. This is what? This is velocity with for a projectile motion. So for this kind of questions, what we are trying to do for this is, we try to do is to find out time of flight. What is the formula? To find out the time of flight, I have said you have to remember the formula 2uy upon g. So when they have given it in the vector form, no, this is because this is I, so obviously this will be your ux component, and this is j, that means this will be uy component. So 2 uy, 2 into 4 upon g, which will be nothing by 8 upon g. You see, this kind of the questions you can expect. Now if I'm trying to find out h, so h will be given by what? uy square upon 2g. So u square y upon 2g is this much. So uy is again 4 square upon 2g is 2 times g. U4 square is 16 upon 2g, that is, so I'll write it as 8 upon g again. You can see again in this condition, they can, you're coming same. So you can remember one example that they can give you some extra question like this also. Which among the following vector condition will have t time of flight and h same? For this, you can get the answer. Now, if I'm trying to find out r, so r is equal to what? 2 ux uy upon g. So if I'm writing 2 ux is 3, uy is 4 upon g. So 2 3s are 4, 6, 24 upon g. I can also find tan theta. Tan theta is always is found out by y component by x component. So y by x component. It is equal to tan theta is equal to 4 by 3. And okay, one more this thing. See, we in the exam they'll give you this thing. This we directly write it as 53 degree. Why we write 53 degree? You have to remember one triangle. Okay, this triangle you have to remember. Why we write this triangle is somewhere this is important for you. Okay, so if I'm writing here, we write tan theta. So theta is equal to, this is theta. We write tan theta is equal to 3 by 4. You have to remember this. This is a 3, this is 4, and this is 5. Okay. So sorry, I wrote theta here. This will be, you have to remember this thing. This thing is a general thing which is in physics you are supposed to remember. This is 37 degree. This is one general form of this thing. This angle is supposed to be remembered by you. This triangle. Tan theta is equal to 3 by 4, so 37 degree. In this case, if I'm trying to write tan 37 degree, tan 37 degree is 3 by 4. Okay. So if you're getting somewhere, if you're getting value as 4 by 3 or 3 by 4, all this can, they can give you the answer. Let's say if it is 53 degree, I got it 53 using this. Because if this will be 53, that time this will become 4 by 3. I'm using this triangle and I'm getting it as this answer. And this you have to remember. This is a general triangle. In physics, you are supposed to remember this. This is not like I'm trying to give you something extra. This is a general thing which you're supposed to know. So one question on relative motion, like say I have a train is moving with the velocity of 54 kilometer per hour in east direction. It's moving in east direction, and then what is there is a monkey. Okay, there is a monkey who is moving in opposite direction. Okay, if he is trying to move in opposite direction, the question they have written is if there is a monkey which is trying to move in opposite direction with respect to train. Okay, so they have given you, and they write it that monkey is moving with respect to train. Velocity for that is given as 18. Okay, if they write you as this thing, this is what basically it means. With respect to is written in the next part. Okay, when I'm writing, so if I'm writing, say I'm writing something as VMT here, so VMT will be written as VM minus VT. So with respect to whatever I'm texting, if I'm saying that what will be my speed, like speed, my so within speed with respect to ground. So I write it as Vn minus Vg. So, or if I'm trying within speed with respect to train, so I represent it as Vnt, and Vnt will be Vn minus Vt. So we write it as velocity of monkey with respect to train as Vm minus Vt. They're telling you to find out velocity of monkey. The velocity of monkey will be found out by using what? Vmt minus, so plus Vt. Now see the question they have mentioned, what is they have mentioned the question monkey is moving opposite of the train. So when monkey is moving opposite of the train, and if this is moving in the east direction, so this will be moving in west direction. So east direction, if this was I, so in west direction, this will be minus I. So in this case, what I'll do is I'll write it as minus 18I plus Vt is how much? 54 in east direction. We have to consider the direction in terms of velocity, because velocity is what? It's a vector quantity. So 54I. Now, based on this, it will be 36I kilometer per hour. So I can say what? That monkey is moving with a speed of 36 kilometers per hour in the direction of train. This is next to impossible. This is only in terms of question. Don't think that. Okay, this is one type of question. This is again a concept only, which kind of question you can expect in your exam. It will be, if the question is so the question is in this way. So the distance, there is something which is going in this direction. There's something that goes in this direction. With an inclination of theta A, this is released. And with inclination of theta B, this one is released. So this is A and this is B. So and so for this kind of question, they ask you that what will be the, sometimes they'll ask you at what time they'll meet or at what time they're going to cross it, what is the velocity when they were together. So for that kind of questions is, so if I'm trying to resolve this in the components, so this side I can write what, if this is velocity of A and this is velocity of B, I can write here this is what, this is VB sine theta B, and on this direction this will be what, VB cos theta V. This is what I can write VA cos theta A, and this side I can write it as VA cos theta A. So if they are asking you, say they are asking you when they meet or cross, when they're going to meet or they're going to cross. Obviously, the thing which is involved here, sorry, this is sine theta. Sine theta A. So when they're going to meet and crosses, that is given by the formula VA sine theta A will be equal to VB sine theta. And then this is when we are going to do. So they're asking you relative separation between them. How which is the relative separation here? So relative separation will be given by V relative is equal to VA cos theta A plus VB cos theta B, which will be equal to how much? As we studied just before that V relative is equal to separation between the bodies. So assume that separation between the bodies is X. So X upon the time taken. Assuming that here the separation between this and this, here the distance is X. So this is a formula which we have, this kind of question is also asked. I'll show you one question based on this. What they can ask you, so when they're going to process, when their vertical component is equal, and when they're going the relative separation, I can write it adding this total velocity. This also gives you basically velocity only. So I'm using C principle of homogeneity. Velocity I'm equating to velocity. Distance by time, velocity. This is also velocity. This is what is the separation part. For example, if they're asking you a question in this term, there's a body which is fired with an angle of 30 degrees. There is a body which is fired with an angle 90 degrees. Today time is off, sir. Today time is that one concept, man. We can handle that much. One concept. Last question. This is this. So here the angle is this is right angle. This is UA, UB, and based on this, if I have direction, this is A and this is B. They're telling you to find out the ratio between ratio of UA to UB. So to find out this, what we are supposed to do? We are supposed to do here is, we can write it as, I can equate UY component of A equal to UY component of B. So UY component of A, I'll write it as, so UA sine 30 degree is equal to, why I'm using this, because they're telling me to find out ratio. I don't have any data given as x by t or something. If that would have been given, I would have used that to find out using cos. But that is not given, so I use this, and this will be what, UB sine 90. So UA and UB sine 90. If I'm trying to find, I can write UA by UB sine 90 is equal to 1. Sine 30 is 1 by 2. So I get the answer is 2 by 1. So this is kind of concept which you can see, you can find out in the when we are talking about questions. Okay. Now one more, let's see. This is last. This is a pulley. Okay. From this pulley, there is a weight attached here. As on this side, I have a weight attached as 2 kg, and on this side, I have a weight attached of, yeah, I'll give you some tasks. We'll just wrap up this mechanics section tomorrow, and I'll give you the questions for mechanics. Okay. So this is there, and this is 5 kg. Okay, this is a pulley system, 5 kg. So this is string. Okay, this is a string. So they're telling you to find out what you have to find out what will be the acceleration and what will be the tension in the string. That is what is the question. Okay, so as we read that condition of your same thing which we read in your lift section will be utilized here. See now, because this is more heavier, so obviously the body will go in. So anywhere the body will going to be moving in this direction down. So what acceleration will be going in this direction for this one? Acceleration for this will be going to be in this direction. Will not try to draw FBT diagrams and all. To find out acceleration, what we have to do? Acceleration. So now this is going downwards. So in downward direction, this will be acting 5 G. G is gravitational constant, and this will be dropping 20. So 2G. I'll assume G to be 10. So acceleration, net acceleration will be given what? Force is going in which direction? Force is going in this direction. So what I'll try to do is this will be 50. And this will be 50 minus 20. That will be the net velocity because this is going down. Acceleration. Why? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to divide it by total mass. Total mass is 2 plus 5. Total mass is 2 plus 5. This will give me what? F by A. I have done F by A. This is weight. So this is weight. Because this is heavier, so lift will go in this direction and that will come up. So net force is in this direction. That's why I'm doing 50 minus 20. Force by mass. So this is what? 30. 30 by 7 will give me acceleration. And if I have to find out tension. So to find out tension, what we have to do? So tension is that force which will always act in pair. So and it will always act away from the system. So for this one, tension will act on this side. So it will be in pair. For this one, it will act again in this side. It will be in the pair. See, because the string here is same, for the string, when the string is same, it will have the same tension. So I can find out the tension because this is coming down for this particular thing. If I want to write, I can write what? That T is equal to, this is going down. So I can write mg minus a, because this, I'm just talking about this system. This system is going down, this 5 kg. So T is equal to mg, m is equal to 5, g I am using with 10. I got acceleration as 10 by 7. So using this, I can find out the tension in the string. Okay. Mg plus a is equal to mg minus a. It's not required, Dipesh, because they are just asking the tension. Tension here and tension here is same. I don't have to equate. If you're telling, see, either I'll take this thing. This will be 2 kg here, and this is with the tension here is going up, and this is coming down. So I have to just take one system. In any case, we can use. Yeah. In case one, can we use this? In case one, you to find out acceleration, you will get two variables. You can use them. But I can't. Why you're equating force equal to force? Replace if you're writing mg plus a equal to mg minus a. You are saying that force is. I am not. If this is only true when the system is in equilibrium, but this is not in equilibrium. Acceleration is being produced, so I can't use that formula. In the case when I am having that system is in equilibrium, I can directly use that formula. This is not in equilibrium, so I can't use that formula. Okay, so good question, no problem. Okay. One last, we'll do one more last, one type. Yeah, I can solve questions. I like solving questions. Okay, just one last. What is there in this question is there is a body, because laws motion and all this is, you have more type of questions. It's not like you just read theory and questions are done. From this, they can ask you this type of questions. I'm just trying to cover whatever I can. Just try to bear with this. So this is there, and then there is a body here, say, of 2 kg, and then further it goes down, and then it is there as 4 kg. And question here is they're telling you to find out acceleration, and they're telling you to find out, now this, in this case, they're saying that string is changing. Here you have tension T2, and in this case, they have tension as T1. Because here the string is, they're saying the string is changing. Now, this is T2. This is what they're saying. And they're telling you to find out A is how much, T1 is how much, and T2 is how much. See what is the question. Again, same thing you have to use. See, when something is, when I'm talking about acceleration, acceleration of this thing will be produced only in this direction. So I don't have to care about this. Say, an acceleration of this body is going to be in this direction. Okay, because this is going to come like this. So because this is static, this is not moving. So what we assume that we are saying this, we are not taking a case of this one. We'll only take case for this two. So 20 kg plus 40 kg will be 60 for acceleration. 20 kg plus 20 plus 40, 60. For this, because this will produce acceleration in horizontal direction, we are not considering it. The total mass will be how much? 3, 2, 4. So 4 to the 6, 3, 9. So 60 upon 9 is 20 by 3 meter per second square. So if I have to use tension to, I am finding out T1. So T1, I'll just use 4 kg because this 4 kg is going down. I'll write it as what? G minus A. So 4 will be how much? 4, G will be 10, A I got is 20 by 3. Now, and T2, what I can do, T2, I'll just take this one. This is not in motion, so I'll just write it as M into A. M is how much? 3. Acceleration is 20 by 3. So this kind of questions you can expect. In terms of questions, obviously, we will try to give you questions. We will try to share the questions with you when you are done with one module. So mechanics is one module, heat is one module, optics is one module, electricity, magnetism is one module. So we'll try to go in that fashion, try to share a few questions with you once tomorrow we are done with the mechanics portion. We'll try to share that thing in terms of PPT only. The questions will be there in PPT. At the last of the PPT, you'll have that. Okay. PDF, Ajay, PDF. See, I have written here many things which you have not done. I said you, this particular PPT will be provided to you. In which way? The college is supposed to be, I think college people will try to give it to you. The way they're trying to share the things with you about schedule, whatever the schedule will be that they're sharing with us according to that. We'll share once when the module is done. We are becoming too bored in the session. Why, man? Why are becoming too bored in the session? We're becoming bored in the session. That means that if maybe you have done with a lot of theory, you have to do more and more questions. But I have done less. I have tried to move fast. I have not gone slow. I think there are many people who will not be knowing all of this. Maybe Vishal or shall be knowing all this, so he's feeling bored. But in terms of basics, I have tried to cover the formulas. and that is the still higher things will be covered later. Okay, so for now, okay, we'll stop for today, everyone. So thank you. Fine. So thank you for today. We'll meet tomorrow with our chemistry class. Thank you everyone who have heard me patiently. We'll have a class tomorrow. Thank you.